Indians will be playing the Pearl Pirates this afternoon here at Ridgeland High School. I'm Darryl Palmer, DP, your play-by-play voice of Pearl Pirate Athletics. Looking forward to a great year this year and under new head coach Justin Groh. We'll hear from him in just a moment. Got a lot of excitement, a lot of good things going on. It's been a great winter practice for these guys. We'll see what they're ready to do this afternoon as they get ready to take on two pretty good ball clubs, the Cougars of Northwest Rankin and the Indians from Yazoo City. We're going to take a break. When we come back, I'll be joined by head coach Justin Groh.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
Welcome back. I'm here now with Parker Thurman. He's an outfielder for the Pearl Pirates. Parker, senior year this year. First thing, what are your outlook? What do you think? You ready for this senior year?
Yes, sir. I think we all are ready. We worked hard in the off season, working hard now. We just our jamboree last weekend, and I think we're ready, especially with our seniors and all the underclassmen too.
Parker, first year under new coach, head coach Justin Groh. You've been here for a lot of years. You played a lot of baseball. Coach Groh's coming in with a little bit different style that we've seen in years past, a little bit more aggressive base running, a little bit different coaching style than what you've had in the past. Through the summer and through the fall, tell me some of your thoughts on Coach Groh. And remember, he's not listening right now, so what were your thoughts on Coach Groh, and what are you looking at for the outlook for this season with him?
He's a heck of a coach. You know, we respect him a lot, especially coming in as a new coach, and we love the way he does everything, more aggressive, more just enthusiastic and fun, just the way we do everything. And so I think the season's going to prove that and just show that everything that we do is going to be hard and aggressive and 100%.
Parker, you're an outfielder. You played right field a lot last year. You're looking at center field a lot this year. Early on in 9th grade and earlier, you played some third base. 10th grade, I believe, remember, you played some third base. Your thoughts on outfield versus infield? Are you where you like to be?
Yes, sir. Outfield's just a whole new perspective. You get to see the whole field. You get to see everything just unfold and happen, so I really like it out there.
One of the things, Parker, that I've said about you a lot in the broadcast the last couple of years is if there's any knock against Parker, the one thing it will not be is your aggressiveness, your enthusiasm for going after a ball. You think you can get to any ball in the outfield. Tell me about that. I've seen you lay out a number of times, sometimes successful, sometimes not, but nonetheless, you're going to make that effort. Tell me your thought process when you see a fly ball hit somewhere in the vicinity of center field.
I got to get to it, and that's basically the bottom line, and especially with the coaches, just 100% aggressive. If you don't make the play, at least do it 100% and get there, at least try.
Let's talk a little bit about base running. We've talked about Coach Groh and his aggressive base running style. He loves to get the extra base. He's going to put things in motion, force the other team to make the plays. As a ball player, as a base runner, once you get on base, how do you like that?
I love it, especially just since last year he wasn't too aggressive, but now it's just we're getting bases. We're going to get that extra base, and we're going to steal, and we're going to run, and I love that, especially the hit and runs, the bunts, everything that we do. We're going to be aggressive, and we're going to get that next base.
We haven't played a real game yet. We've had the Jamboree against Florence. We've got Northwest Rankin coming up today in our first game of the season. Historically a great team, great powerhouse. Your thoughts about this Northwest Rankin team, and overall your thoughts about this season?
Well, Northwest is just going to be another game. We can't look at it as, oh, they're this big old team that we really can't beat that everybody says. So we got to go in there with just a big head, like we can beat anybody we can. And this whole season we're going to do that, just pretend that everybody we can beat is just going to be another competitor.
Parker, congratulations. Get ready for this season. Good luck on your senior season.
Thank you.
Great. That's Parker Thurman, outfielder for the Pearl Pirates. We'll be back in a moment. We'll talk with another player here on the pregame show on the Pirate Media Network.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Welcome back to the pregame show here on the Pirate Media Network. Now joining me is Zach Carter. Zach is an outfielder, is moving to right field this year. Also a pitcher for the Pearl Pirates. Zach, thanks for coming on board with me. And as I asked Parker, I want to start with you. You've been playing baseball a long time here. You've got new coach under Coach Justin Groh. Tell me your thoughts about Coach Groh and the outlook on this season.
Coach Groh is a good coach. He makes it funner in baseball, and I think we did a lot better than this summer than we did last summer, and we had a hard weekend, but we're going to bounce back this weekend.
Zach, I want to ask you, you played center field mostly last year. This year you're looking at the right field. How much difference is it from playing center field and right field?
It's a lot different. You know, a lot of balls go to center field more than they do right field, and I like it over there. It's a further throw, and I like it more in center field.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the pitching now. You're going to be called upon to be one of the leaders on the pitching staff this year. You were strong with it last year. Your thoughts this year working with Coach Lyle, new pitching coach as well, and getting ready for the season. Tell me about some of the preparation you've gone through in the fall and through the winter to get ready to pitch this year.
We've thrown a lot of pins. Even when it's raining, we went in the indoor, threw pins. Velocity's gotten up a lot. Been working on the curveball more. Couldn't really get that for a strike last year, but I've been working on it, and it's way better this year.
How many pitches do you throw, Zach?
Four pitches.
And they are?
Curveball, changeup, slider, and fastball.
You've got a full count late in a game, base runner at third base. Pitch, you've got to have a strike. What's your go-to pitch? Do you have more than one you feel like you can throw for a strike at any time like that?
Yes, sir. Fastball or slider I would go to on 3-2 count.
So you feel like confidence with anything you throw. You have a new catcher this year. You had Jake Neal last year. We've had other catchers in the past. Talk a little bit about the catcher-pitcher relationship and how much you as a pitcher count on that catcher to help guide you through this game.
Yes, sir. We got Cody White right now. He did good over the weekend. Zach Prince should be coming back off of a hand injury, and he's a good catcher, and he blocks the balls up well.
Good deal. Zach, thanks a lot. Good luck this year.
Thank you.
Zach Carter, outfielder and pitcher for the Pearl Pirates. We'll be back in a moment with more of the pregame show and the starting lineups as the Pirates get ready to take on the Cougars of Northwest Rankin and then Yazoo City following that. You're watching Pearl Pirate Baseball on the Pirate Media Network. Welcome back. I'm here now with Parker Thurman. He's an
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine in or carry out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, SignMart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at SignMart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when I'm in the middle of the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries. When you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs, you'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're live at Ridgeland High School with the Pirates getting ready to open the 2013 baseball season against the Northwest Rankin Cougars here this afternoon in Game 1 of the Ridgeland Classic. They were supposed to have had a game last night. It was going to be Ridgeland against Northwest Rankin. With the weather last night, that game got canceled. And so the first game of the Ridgeland Classic will be this one coming up in just a few moments. It'll be Northwest Rankin and Pearl. Then Pearl will play Yazoo City following that. And then I think Ridgeland and Northwest are playing I'm not sure the rest of the schedule today, but I'll find that out. I'm Darryl Palmer, DP, your play-by-play voice of Pearl Pirate Athletics. Glad to have you along with us today. Apologize for the technical difficulties. We were going to try to do an interview with Coach Groh down on the field, but had some issues with our wireless, and we're not able to do that. So we'll talk to Coach Groh before our next game next Thursday. We won't talk to him this afternoon between the games. We'll catch up with him next Thursday and talk with him prior to the games in the Mid-Mississippi Classic. Joining me, as always, to my right, Justin Bennett, our color commentator. Justin, welcome, and ready for some baseball.
Ready for some baseball, indeed, against a really good Northwest Rankin Cougars team. Probably one of the better teams, actually probably the best team that Pearl will see this year, here to kick off this Ridgeland Classic. A team that comes in ready to play baseball. Got some really stud players on this team that come in very skilled, very disciplined, and will be a tough contest today for the Pirates. Pirates come in ready to go as well. They've been practicing. The season is finally here. These guys are ready to get up and go.
You know, one of the interesting things could be to see. I've been anxious because I've watched them a few games last summer during the summer ball back in June, and Coach Groh, the new head coach for our Pearl Pirates, came in prior to that summer league, and so was able to work with the team some during that. And then, of course, during the fall, you've got conditioning. You can't have official practices, so they don't do that, but they have conditioning stuff. He had 6 o'clock workouts for those guys.
That's great.
It was, quote, optional workouts.
Optional. That's right.
You and I both know how those optional workouts go. If you show up to enough of the optional workouts, you got a pretty good chance of playing when the spring gets here. But he had tremendous participation. He had at one point, I think he was at 90% or better of the guys that were wanting to play were coming to those optional workouts. Now, of course, anybody that played football was exempt.
Right.
Anybody that played basketball, which, by the way, we do have a basketball player that he just brought out, has never played baseball before, but is going to play. We'll see him probably on the mound, not today, but at some point before too long. Deontay Champion.
Great.
6'3", 6'4", 6'5", basketball player, depending on who you ask how tall he is. Never played baseball before, but Coach Groh said, I want to try him out. He's got him throwing some, taught him how to throw a curve ball, trying to get him throwing strikes. And, hey, he's got some potential there, so we'll see what happens with that. But the thing is, through all these workouts, through the winter and through these things, these guys have been dedicated to making this team better than what we've seen the last couple of 3 years. And they've been okay, but they've just not reached the level that a lot of people want to see. And that's one of the things. Coach Groh has come in with a different philosophy, a different style of what he's looking at with a player, what he's looking at with a team. These guys are buying into his philosophy. They're buying into his aggressive style of coaching. We're going to see some base running with this team. We may not see them always successful. We're going to see guys get thrown out trying to steal. We're going to see guys get thrown out at home trying to score runs. Now, there is some exceptions to that. One of the things, and Coach Lyle, the new pitching coach, Chris Lyle, Justin Groh, the head coach, agree with me on a philosophy that you've heard around baseball for a long time. You never make the first or third out at third base.
Right, exactly.
And they buy. That's his philosophy.
Yeah.
Now, if we do, it's going to be a mistake.
Right.
And so now we won't make mistakes, but you don't make the first or third out at third.
Right.
Because you already got a guy in scoring position. With no outs, you let him stay at second. With 2 outs, you let him stay at second. You don't take a chance on getting put out at third base. But we're going to see an aggressive style of baseball. They're going to try to take the extra base wherever they can. They're going to lay the bunt down. They're going to hit behind the runners. They're going to play some small ball. They're going to have to. They don't really have a power hitter. Brandon DeSalvo is going to be the closest thing to a power hitter we have. he's a junior. Last year he hit 1 home run as a sophomore. He's not shown a tremendous amount of power. He's shown some good hit, some good bat speed, hitting the ball pretty good during the winter. But to say that you're going to have a power hitter in him, it may produce that by the end of the season or into next year, but he's not there yet. So that's what we're looking at. It's going to take a team that's going to have to inch out some runs and make some things happen, force another team to make some mistakes, and see how you can capitalize on those.
Well, you know, and you and I've talked about these guys. These guys have been fired up since Justin got here. I mean, you know, they're fired up for the opportunity to play for him. I think his intensity, his ability to do those small things, the focus on those small things. As you're around baseball, you see that, you know, moving the guy up, you know, stealing bases where you can, you know, being aggressive at the plate, you know, bunting when it makes sense. You know, these small things I think are something that these guys have embraced. They're ready to come out. They're ready to play for him, and they expect big things out of themselves. You know, they've set the bar high. They have some high goals, some high expectations of themselves, and as teammates, they're trying to make each other accountable to that. So I'm excited about this season. These guys are ready to go, and under this new leadership, I think they're really excited to be playing Pearl Pirate baseball this year.
They're going to be going up against a team in the first game of the 2013 season that has a lot of history. Northwest Rankin Cougars, they won a championship in 2005. Tyler Moore was the leader of that team, played first base, hit 16 home runs, had a tremendous year that year. Tyler's now in spring camp with the Washington Nationals. Yeah. Made the big leagues last year, has found out in the offseason. They gave him his number. Last year he was wearing 57. That's what a minor leaguer gets to wear when he come up is one of his 50s or 60s numbers. Right. They're giving him his number 12 now, so that pretty well solidifies his spot on that team. Obviously subject to doing some things during spring training. But his younger brother, Reed Humphreys, is a dandy dozen, front page of the Clarion Ledger earlier this week, is going to expect to be the leader of this team. Problem is they were expecting him to be on the mound. He won't be on the mound. He had Tommy John surgery in the offseason. He's going to be DHing in the game today, but they expect big things out of him. He's wanting to follow in his older brother's footsteps and give Northwest Rankin their second ever state championship. Tyler did it in 2005 when his senior year. Reed wants to follow that up with his senior year and give another one. Reed's already following in Tyler's footsteps to some degree. Tyler went to Meridian, then went from there to Mississippi State. Reed's already signed to go to Mississippi State. So Northwest Rankin's a team. They've lost some players. Obviously losing Reed on the mound is going to be a big hit to them because they were expecting him to be one of their top 2 pitchers this year. Their other pitcher that they were looking at, one of their top 2, moved.
Oh, we did.
And so they lost a couple of guys from the pitching staff early on. They're still going to have a good team. Roger Murphy's going to get to start today. He's a very good pitcher, pitched a lot for this team last year. We'll be able to make some things happen. But it's a team that I've been obviously familiar with for a number of years. And when you talk about Coach Groh and his philosophy of trying to force the issue and force a team into making some mistakes, the team they're going to play today, this first game, is a team that historically doesn't make a lot of mistakes. You have to beat them. Normally, a Northwest Rankin team, a Coach Jeff McClaskey team, is not going to make a lot of mistakes. So you're going to have to play solid fundamental baseball if you're the Pearl Pirates today if you want to be able to play against and compete against and beat this Northwest Rankin team. Coach Groh believes they can do that. He believes that this is a team that can play discipline, that one of the biggest things that we saw a lot of last year is the multiple errors. We would make a mistake, and then we would compound that mistake by making another one on top of that one. Right. And that's one of the things that Coach Groh is trying to eliminate. He knows the kids aren't going to be perfect. They're 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. Right. They're going to make some mistakes. But when you do, don't capitalize a fielding error by making a throwing error to top it off. Right. Right. Settle in and just make the plays and limit your mistakes. And I think if this team's able to do that, especially early in the season, kind of establish some things. Last year we had a very rough start to the season. We had 25 errors in 5 games last year to start the season off. We want to see some improvement there, and I think Coach Groh is expecting that of his team, and I think we're looking for some good things out of this Pearl Pirate team this year as we get ready to get started.
And one thing you and I would notice last year, you know, as you see 25 errors in the first 5 ball games, you know, you get guys down on themselves, down on their teammates. I think that's something that they've been able to come in with this new coaching staff, build these guys up. They're believing in each other. They're working together. They recognize that they win and lose as a team, and the team concept is something that I think will really help this ball club this year as they kind of rally around each other and hopefully see each other be successful.
I agree with you. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll give you some starting lineups, have a national anthem, and get ready for the first pitch. We're going to take 60 seconds. You're watching Pearl Pirate Baseball on the Pirate Media Network.
broadcasters of radio and television, reaching more people, touching more lives. In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. We are the local broadcasters of radio and television.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're ready for the national anthem here at Ridgeland Field, Titans Field, on the home of the Ridgeland Titans. It's the Ridgeland Classic. Pearl playing Northwest Rankin here this afternoon. The players are lined up down each foul line, and we're ready for the national anthem, so we're going to pause for that right now. And that was the national anthem here from Titan Field on the campus of Ridgeland High School. We're going to take one final timeout, and when we come back, we'll give you the starting lineups and be ready for the first pitch of today's game. You're watching Pearl Pirate Baseball on the Pirate Media Network.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially...
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine in or carry out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. I'm Daryl Palmer, DP, your play-by-play voice of Pearl Pirate Athletics. And we're getting ready to start today. We'll give you the starting lineups. First, the defensive set for the Northwest Rankin Cougars. In left field is Taylor Lane, wears number 18. The center fielder is number 11, Quade Smith. In right field is John Allen Wall. He wears number 12. Around the infield at third base will be Will Niehaus. The shortstop is Wesley Watts. At second base is Eason Weeks. At first base, Benton Yancey. Behind the plate, Craig Garner. And on the mound, Roger Murphy getting the start for the Cougars this afternoon. For the Pearl Pirates, first three in the batting order. Grant Phillips, the shortstop, leads off. Zach Carter will bat second. He'll be pitching today. Brandon DeSalvo at third base will be batting third. If one of them should reach, Zach Prince, the designated hitter, will be hitting in the fourth spot. First pitch, swing and a miss for strike one. Good-looking pitch on the outside part of the plate. We're underway at 11:58, about 2 minutes early. No balls, one strike to count to Grant Phillips. Now the 0-1 pitch, chop foul. Count goes no balls, 2 strikes to Grant. Just underway. It's overcast today. Wind's blowing a little bit out of the northwest. Flag beyond center field fence, just waving gently in the breeze. Now the 0-2 pitch, high and away for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Temperature is about 50 degrees.
It's a little chilly. Not too bad for baseball today.
The field is actually in pretty good shape. Pretty damp in the outfield. Swing and fouled off. Grant Phillips gets just a piece of it to stay alive. With the amount of rain that we've had the last couple of days, though, this Ridgeland staff has done a tremendous job to try to get this field in shape and to be ready to play this Classic. They could not play last night, but to be able to play today, it's quite an accomplishment by this staff to get this done way high and away. As that time, Murphy just kind of let that one loose. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count.
You can see some of the wet spots in straightaway center field. Also, some raw spots there in left and in right outfield. You just, as you mentioned, just saturated.
Pitch in a little bit. Grant's able to fist it out of the way down the first base side. Foul ball. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Grant last year hit .303 for the Pearl Pirates. That one's chopper down the right side. Second baseman's going to pick it up. Weeks to Yancey at first. A 4-3 put out. The first batter for the season for the Pearl Pirates is put out at first base. But he good at bat, battled the pitcher, had him throw 7 pitches and got a ground out to the right side. But nonetheless an out. That'll bring to the plate Zach Carter, the pitcher today. Zach last year hit .292 on the season.
77 plate appearances. Had 10 RBIs on the year.
Zach steps in the right side of the batter's box, awaiting the first pitch from Roger Murphy. Roger, a left-hander on the mound. That pitch misses inside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Chopper to the right side. A little bit of a hop away from Weeks. He's able to pick it up, throw it to Yancey, though, in time to get the out. And that's the second out. Both of them Weeks to Yancey. 4-3 putouts. And 2 outs will bring up Brandon DeSalvo, third baseman. Brandon, a junior, saw limited at-bats last year. Only had 30 plate appearances, 26 at-bats. He hit .154. He did have a home run in that last year. Brandon gets started at third base this year. Had a pretty good growth spurt over the last 2 years. I've known Brandon for a number of years now. That pitch just inside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes to count.
Last year we saw Brandon play a lot at first base. This year making the move to third.
Now the 1-0 pitch to Brandon DeSalvo. Misses just low for ball 2. 2-0 the count. Northwest Rankin wearing a new uniform this year that I've not seen. Been around this team a long time. They've gotten a darker gray slack pants with the gold shirts and black sleeve. 2-0 pitch, misses low, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes to count to Brandon DeSalvo. Pirates wearing their gray pants with the stripe down the side. A navy shirt with the kind of real light color gold top, I guess what you call it, to the shoulder on the sleeve, down the side, a little stripe. Now the 3-0 pitch. Called strike on the inside corner. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. Got a feeling regardless of where that pitch was, Brandon was going to watch it go by.
Watch it.
I'm sure
watch
the take
sign
was there. Now the 3-1 delivery. Ground ball left side. The first base hit for the 2013 campaign comes off the bat of Brandon DeSalvo as he hits a roller in the gap between third and short. And the Pirates get their first hit here in the top of the first inning, just underway. Zach Prince, designated hitter, will step into the plate. Zach didn't play for Pearl last year. He was in Crystal Springs. Zach's expected to be the starting catcher at some point in the season, but he hurt his hand. And I'll go ahead and say how he hurt it. He decided that he wanted to hit a brick wall with it.
Oh, wow. Well,
well, not one of his brighter decisions.
Not one of the his better moments.
And so he's not able to catch yet. He was pitched a little bit last week in the Jamboree, but used as a DH today. Takes that pitch inside, gets away from the catcher, Craig Garner. Brandon will go down to second base. That'll be a wild pitch inside. 1 ball, no strikes to count. And that's kind of unusual to see a pitch like that get by Craig Garner. Actually, there's 2 players for Northwest Rankin made dandy dozen this year, Craig Garner and Reed Humphreys. Craig Garner has played starter as a catcher for the Cougars now this is his 3rd season to be the starting catcher. Bats left-handed, but is a right-handed catcher. Is a very, very good catcher and very strong athlete back there behind the plate for Northwest Rankin. Now 1-0 count to Zach Prince. Pitch stays just up and away, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to count. Northwest Rankin, there was a coin flip prior to the game. Coach Groh actually flipped it. Coach Bennett, Thad Bennett for the Cougars, called it and won the toss, and that's how they decided home and visitor. Now the 2-0 pitch. Line straight to Weeks at second base, and his 3rd out is recorded on a pretty sharply hit ball, but straight at Weeks, the second baseman. The Pirates will get no runs on 1 hit, no errors. There was 1 man left. We've played 1/2 inning, no score. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. Going to the bottom of the 1st inning, no score. Pirates got a base runner, but stranded him at second base. Now we go to the bottom of the 1st. Northwest Rankin will be coming to the plate. Batting order for the Cougars will be Quade Smith, the center fielder, followed by Wesley Watts, Reed Humphreys, Benton Yancey, John Allen Wall, Will Niehaus, Taylor Lane, Craig Garner, Eason Weeks. That'll be the batting order for the Cougars. Defensively for the Pirates in left field will be Cameron Gatlin, David Pickering in center field, Parker Thurman in right, Brandon DeSalvo at 3rd, Grant Phillips at short, Alex Hutton at second base, and Matthew McGee, playing first base. Behind the plate is Austin McDonald, and on the mound is Zach Carter. Zach last year had a 4.67 ERA, a 3.5 record, 10 appearances, started 7 games, had 2 complete games through 42 innings, gave up 43 hits, 35 runs, 28 of those were earned. He walked 34 and struck out 31. Quade Smith tries to bunt his way on, fouls it off. No balls, 1 strike to count. Quade Smith, a receiver, wide receiver for the Northwest Rankin Cougar football team. He's got great speed, bats left-handed, coming out of left side of that box, fouls this one back to the net. No balls, 2 strikes. Zach Carter quickly ahead in the count.
Carter had him a little growth spurt, it looks like, over the summer, too.
Got a little taller. We expect to see Carter in right field when he's not pitching. Parker will be in center field and lets that one get loose and throws it over the top of everybody all the way back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Quade Smith is an excellent base runner, a lot of speed. They'll want to see him on the base pass. There's a line drive, base hit past the outreach of Zach Carter. It's actually hit the grass and just died in that wet grass. Alex Hutton gets over to pick it up, but no chance to make a play with the speed of Quade Smith, and that'll be an infield signal. And the Cougars will get their first base runner of the year, their first at-bat of the season. That'll bring to the plate Wesley Watts, the shortstop for the Cougars.
Smith can be very dangerous on the base paths, as you mentioned, a speedster, and somebody you'll watch for as he looks to take second base here.
They'll look over to first, no throw, and they said he balked, so that will send the base runner to second base on the balk. Looks like Coach Groh may be questioning that, but to no avail. Now Wesley White steps back in. Hasn't had a pitch come to him yet. That pitch misses outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Outside corner at the knees, called strike. 1-1 to count to Wesley Watts. Quade Smith down at second base. A leadoff single. And goes to second on the balk. Base hit into right field is going to drop in front of Parker Thurman. He takes it on 1 hop, comes up throwing. It'll be let go, and it should have been cut off. A big miscommunication, pumped down to second. That's a miscommunication or something. Parker threw it exactly the way he's supposed to. Matthew McGee should have cut that off, and that would have kept the runner at first base. But Matthew let it go, and it was a slow roller in the grass. So the runner's going to advance to second on the throw in. No error charged, but a mental mistake on that play. Now Reed Humphreys comes to the plate with runners in scoring position. This is not the way you want to face Reed Humphreys.
Not at all.
He's got runners at second and third. Nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. First pitch from Carter up and away for ball 1. 1-0 the count.
The DP, you mentioned he had Tommy John surgery, won't be on the mound this year. What position do you think they'll put him in the field?
They will have him at first base for some part of the year. I wouldn't be surprised to see him play some shortstop. That was his alternate position, if you will, last year when he wasn't pitching. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him at shortstop. Don't expect to see him pitch. I talked to Coach Benny. Swings and misses at a high fastball. Count goes to 2 balls, 1 strike. Coach Bennett is the pitching coach, and I talked to him. I said, is there any chance we would see him on the mound? The only chance would be if it got it into the playoffs, something like that, and see him limited time on the mound late this year.
Gotcha.
Other than that, probably most of the time either be DHing first or maybe midway on some at shortstop.
Gotcha.
Swings and misses, strike 2. 3 balls, 2 strikes a count. Last year, Reed. What happened? I missed something. Actually had a balk on that. I back up. That was a no pitch then. Zach balked twice now in this inning. Advancing runners. High fly ball left field. Getting under it is Cameron Gatlin. Waiting for it. He'll make the catch. Runner's going to tag from third. Here comes the throw. They won't cut it off. And that's something you got to learn real quick. This grass is so thick and so wet right now. Anything that's going to be in the grass, you're going to have to cut it off and relay it. That's going to go down as a sacrifice fly. Reed Humphreys gets his first RBI of the season on the sac fly. Northwest Rankin after the balk and the sac fly take a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. And that'll bring to the plate Benton Yancey, first baseman.
Yancey, 258 last year.
And he hits a shot towards center field, drifting over far as David Pickering. He'll get there and make the catch to record that out. 1 pitch, 1 out, 2 outs in the inning, and that'll bring to the plate John Allen Wall, the right fielder. John Allen Walls, where's number 12? Steps to the batter's box. Right-handed hitter facing Zach Carter. 2-0 in the bottom of the first inning. And now John Allen Wall steps into the batter's box. First pitch popped up behind home plate. Foul territory out of play. No balls, 1 strike to count.
Wall last year batted .222. Had 18 at bats. Scored 8 runs. Had 4 hits.
He's only a junior now, so sophomore last year. Didn't see a lot of playing time. Very few sophomores see much playing time under Coach Jeff McClaskey. You got to be outstanding to play as a sophomore. 1-1 pitch popped up right side. McGee moving into foul territory. Coming over is Hutton, but McGee will make the catch and record the out. And that'll be the final out of the inning. The Cougars will score 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, nobody left. We played 1 complete. Northwest Rankin leads Pearl 2-0. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. Parker Thurman, David Pickering, Austin McDonald. If one of those should reach, Matthew McGee will come to the plate here in the top of the second for the Pirates as they trail the Cougars Northwest Rankin by a score of 2-0. Now first pitch from Murphy to Parker. Swings and misses. Strike one. No balls, one strike to count. Parker last year hit .225. Struggled somewhat at the plate his junior season. Asked for time, granted by the home plate umpire. Murphy taking a little bit longer than Parker was comfortable with. Coach Lyles down at first base. Coach Groh is at third base. The 0-1 pitch, high and away for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Good to have Justin back to my side.
That's right. Good to be
we
here.
We spent all football season together, and Justin
right.
takes a hiatus during basketball season. Did those solo. For baseball, we've got him back for most of the 23 games we're going to broadcast. Swings and misses. Strike two. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Good to be back.
Justin's obtained new employment since our last times together on the air.
Right.
High fly ball is going to stay on the infield. Shortstop Watts coming in. He is going to call weeks off and make the catch. Wesley Watts will make the catch about halfway between the mound and second base to record the out. And first out of the inning, that will bring to the plate David Pickering, center fielder. David last season didn't get to play.
Good to see him back. Good to see him back.
He was back during football this year. He had a real bad break in football season ago and caused him to miss the end of football season and all of baseball season. David's excited to be back to be able to play this year. He'll play center field for the Pirates or left field. He'll play somewhere in the outfield depending on who's pitching. Swings and misses at the first pitch. No balls, 1 strike to count. Now the 0-1 pitch, high and outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to count to David Pickering.
David's a guy who had to do a lot of rehab to come back from that injury, that broken bone that he sustained in football, and so it's good to see him back at the plate.
Fouls that one back to the screen. No balls, 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. See the smoke coming off the concession stand over behind the first base dugout. They got a grill over there doing some cooking today. Might have to check that out between games.
That's right.
You and I both have engagements tonight.
We do.
Swings and misses at strike 3. He'll go down swinging.
So if we're going to eat anything today, it'll have to be between games.
That's exactly right. That'll bring Austin McDonald to the plate. Takes that first pitch for a ball. Austin McDonald getting started at catcher today. Last year as a sophomore had limited at-bats, only had 17 plate appearances, 12 official at-bats. Now the 1-0 pitch. Swings and misses. Strike 1, 1-1 to count. Yet tonight, Pearl has their Beauty and Bow pageant.
And you will be hosting that.
I'll be hosting that tonight. They sent me the advanced copy of the script, and so I could review it. 60-some-odd pages.
Oh, wow.
I said, I'm going to be talking for a long time tonight.
Man.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the count to Austin McDonald. Now the 1-2 pitch. High for a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count.
Now, any guys that we know participating that you recognize?
There are. In fact, I don't remember the list. I didn't go through details on all the list of people, but I will pull that up in a few minutes, and we'll talk about who's going to be there. There are a couple of baseball players. I'm thinking Parker Thurman. Trying to remember who the other one was.
Wow, that's some script right there.
I pulled it up here on my iPad. Justin gets a chance to take his first glimpse at it. There's a little soft fly ball hit to left field. Moving under is Taylor Lane. He'll catch it and record the out, and that'll be the final out of the inning. The Pirates will go 1-2-3 in the top of the second. We've played 1.5. Northwest Rankin leads Pearl 2-0. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. Television and radio are still the most trusted sources for news and entertainment. And our web and social sites are among the most visited sites in our daily lives. When important moments happen, both big and small, we're the first informers to history. We are the pioneers, the innovators, the local broadcasters of radio and television, reaching more people, touching more lives.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. We're going to the bottom of the second inning. Northwest Rankin leading Pearl by a score of 2-0. And I didn't realize I hadn't studied this script. I was planning on looking at some between games today, but I realized they don't put names on here.
Yes,
so
I saw that.
I'll be talking about them, but I won't be calling their name out for this tonight. So that's an interesting concept, I guess, unless the person that wrote the script just assumed I knew the names. I hope that's not the case. Hard fly ball hit down the right side off the bat of Will Niehaus. Will go out of play.
I've hosted a few beauty and bow pageants in my day, and a lot of times they'll do that just so that if the judge does happen to recognize a name or something, that it's not just nothing can be said about that.
Call strike at the knees. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Okay, so I can see that, but I see 27, 20. So we've got, how many contestants do we have? We must have. It's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a long night for you, my friend.
There's another hard fly ball hit foul out of play down the right side. He's behind Zach. He's not able to keep up with it, but he's hitting the ball hard. If he ever connects with it, it could go a long ways. Now the 0-2 pitch outside for a ball. Zach tried to get him to chase that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Breaking ball fouled back. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Shoo-wee. Man, you have a long night.
Missing outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. 78 contestants.
Wow.
Tonight. There's a line drive. It's going to be a base hit up the middle. Pickering will come in and pick it up. Throw it into Grant Phillips. And Niehaus battles. Fouls off 4 or 5 pitches before he finally gets that base hit. That'll bring Taylor Lane, left-handed hitting left fielder, to the plate. First pitch foul down the third baseline. Coach McClaskey evades the foul ball line drive as it came by him.
Northwest Rankin has number 29 and number 22 warming up in the bullpen. Andrew Luley. And
Lane showed bunt on that one and pulled back, taking it for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Who'd you say, 29 and who?
29 and 22. Looking for number 22. They're not in number order on my list.
Yeah, McClaskey does his by year and then by grade. There it is, Shelton Wallace.
Shelton Wallace.
That pitch misses for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Early in the season, first game out, not surprised to see coaches go to the bullpen early and give the guys some work. Northwest Rankin was supposed to have played a game last night that got canceled here because of the rain. There's a sharply hit ball. It's going to be fielded by Phillips. He'll toss it to Hutton for 1. No chance to get 2. Again, the ball slowed down as it goes through the grass, but a good job on the fielder's choice. Grant Phillips getting there to pick it up. Underhand it to Alex Hutton, covering the bag. Alex turned and looked at first to see if he might have had a play, but not there. With 1 out, that'll bring Craig Garner, the catcher, to the plate.
As you mentioned, Garner, another dandy dozen selection for Northwest Rankin.
Fouls that one off. No balls, 1 strike to count.
Batted over 300 last year. Good defensive player, but also great at the plate.
Looks like he may have got some dirt in his eye or something on that swing. Now steps back in the box. Taylor Lane at first base, taking his lead. Zach Carter steps off. Taylor retreats to the bag. Now gets back set, ready to go. Zach will throw over, not in time. Pretty good pick move that time, though. Lane goes diving back in. That pitch misses high for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Murphy through his 2 innings has thrown 31 pitches, 18 strikes, 13 balls. Zach, that's his 30th pitch, misses high for a ball, 18 strikes, 12 balls. So both pitchers almost identical as far as in their pitches to this point, but the difference is Zach did his through a complete 2 innings, call, strike, 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Roger Murphy did. Zach now will have to try to get a couple of outs real quick to keep his pitch count down through these 2 innings. Fisted foul over top of the third base dugout and out of play. Give a quick shout out for our camera operators. Looks like Sim Stingley down beyond the third base dugout up on the scaffolding. Operating that camera, Carol Davis up on the platform. Little decking they have built here at Ridgeland High School down the first base line beyond the dugout. Foul back to the netting. Count remains 2-2. And Perry Lowry up here in the nice, comfortable, secluded, warm press box. Operating the camera here behind home plate. Frank Hutton, since all is up and running, is probably taking his nap by now. Roy Harper at the controls in the trailer. Time was requested and granted by the home plate umpire, so no pitch.
Frank's mingling with the people.
Coach Lyle is going to go out and talk to Zach Carter. It's Coach Chris Lyle, the pitching coach, assistant coach for the Pearl Pirates. Want to give a shout-out, too. Coach Lyle's mom is in Florida watching the game here this afternoon.
That's great.
And wanted to make sure we give her a shout-out. He said, hello, Mom. So glad you're able to watch the broadcast on the Pirate Media Network. Of course, we're broadcasting live on television on PNB TV 18 there in most of Rankin County. Radio at WPBP 104.5 FM The Pirate, as well as the Internet. www.pearlbroadcasting.com.
Well, that's new. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we finally got
pearlbroadcasting.com. We have finally gotten our own website.
It's not totally done like it's will be a finished product yet.
Excellent.
But it's there, and
it's great.
We've got the main page up and operational with a couple of pages off it. We're going to have a separate page for radio, for television that aren't completed yet, but they're in the works.
That's awesome. That's great.
Pitch misses inside for a ball. We have a new device that we didn't get hooked up for today's games. Hopefully have it up and operational by Thursday, called Instant Replay. Popped up high in the air, right behind home plate. Coming back for it is McDonald, and it's going to be in play, and he makes the catch. The fans were starting to scramble, thinking it was going to get over the net. It was going to be close, but Austin gets there, waits patiently, and then makes the catch to record the out. And then alertly turns around to make sure that the base runner stays at first, because he can tag on that if he chooses.
That's right. That's right.
But he stayed put. So now 2 outs. Eason Weeks, second baseman, comes to the batter's box. Oh, Frank's not asleep. There he is right here in front of us. Throw over. Ooh, just must not have got the tag there.
Well, I'm excited about Instant Replay. That'll be a great addition to our broadcast and help us out a lot. So I'm fired up about that.
It warmed up enough in the press box to awaken a wasp.
Oh, wow.
Crawling around on my cough box. How about that? Fisted right side. It's going to be trouble. Alex Hutton moves over, calls off McGee, and makes the catch in fair territory. Good play by Alex Hutton to come over on what could have been a little trouble on a little soft pop-up, but makes the catch to record the third and final out. And that's the end of 2. Northwest Rankin 2, Pearl 0. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Pirate baseball right here on the Pirate Media Network. We're going to the top of the third inning with Pearl trailing Northwest Rankin by a score of 2-0. It'll be the Pirates coming to the plate. Matthew McGee followed by Alex Hutton, Grant Phillips, Zach Carter. Be the first 4 in the order for the Pearl Pirates here in the top of the third. Pirates got a base runner in the first inning with 2 outs. Brandon DeSalvo, Steve's son, got a base hit into left field between short and third. He was stranded. There's a fly ball hit to the right side. Coming in first is Wall. Now going back, giving chase. He won't get there. McGee's going to round first, heading for second. Wall gets it in. That's going to be a double for Matthew McGee. Misplayed initially by John Allen Wall. He started coming in. Then he realized it was not going to get there, and it's real muddy out there. It's wet in the outfield. Looks great, but it's pretty damp. And just couldn't get good footing. Went for the ball. Of course, the ball hit, stops like a sand wedge on the dirt, just plugged in there. And by the time Wall gets in and picks it up, McGee rounds first, goes into second. The Pirates get a leadoff double here in the top of the third. That'll bring Alex Hutton to the plate. Alex steps in with that runner at second base. Murphy looks back. Alex shows bunt, lays it down foul. No balls, 1 strike to count. Alex trying to get that runner to third base with less than 2 outs. Give you an opportunity to set up a sac fly. Again, expect to see these kind of things from Coach Groh this year. Figure out little ways to move base runners. Alex is asking for time. Granted. That's one thing you'll see Alex. Alex loves to play head game.
He does. Yes, he does.
And he'll do anything he can to get ahead of that pitcher. Now the 0-1 pitch. Bunts at first base side. Good-looking bunt. Murphy's going to pick it up and get the only play as Alex hits the sac bunt and advances that runner. Alex with where he put it, with some pretty good speed, almost had a chance to outrun Murphy to the ball and get to the bag before he could pick it up and toss it. But good play by Roger Murphy coming off the mound to make the play. And Alex does his job, advances that runner, and that'll bring Grant Phillips to the plate.
It's a great bunt, drug it along with him all the way down the first base line. Good execution there by Alex and moved the runner to third base.
Phillips swings and misses at the first pitch. No balls, 1 strike to count. That gives the Pirates a runner at third with 1 out. So now Phillips' job is just get the ball in play somewhere and give a chance to try to score McGee from third base. Grant grounded out to second his first at bat. They're going to throw over and almost got McGee as he was leading off. And he's able to dive back in safely. First 2 batters for the Pirates both grounded to second base. The third out in that first inning was a line out to the second baseman. Chops this one foul down the third baseline. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Zach Carter in the on-deck circle. Now Phillips ready. The 0-2 pitch. Roger Murphy on the mound. Still 2 guys down in the bullpen. Now 2 different ones, I believe, though. Number 8 is down there as well as number 24. Foul that one back into the screen. I don't see an 8 on there.
I don't see an 8. Okay. I'm thinking, oh great, I can't see it.
Now the 0-2 pitch. Liner left side, shortstop picks it up on 1 hop, long throw, not in time. Phillips beats out an infield single. Throw was on target by Watts, just not strong enough. And it was bang bang at first base, and the umpire said that Phillips got there just ahead of the ball.
And the pitcher, number 9, Zach Carter.
And the Pirates score a run. A double down right field line by Matthew McGee. Sack bunt puts him at third. Grant Phillips on an infield single. Plates the run. Phillips picks up the RBI. Now Zach Carter steps in. Zach grounded out to second his first at bat. Takes that pitch for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Murphy from the stretch looks over it. Phillips now delivers. Fouled over towards the first base dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Misses for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Phillips with a decent lead at first. Murphy thinks it's enough for him to throw one over there, just to kind of that little toss over that says, yep, I know you're there.
I know you're there, keeping him honest. Just remind him you're watching.
Outside, ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. This is inside. There's ball 4. And the Pirates threatening here in the top of the third. Got one run in. Runners at first and second with just 1 out. And Coach Thad Bennett's going to stroll out to the mound, have a word with his pitcher. With that, we'll take a timeout. Back in a moment. You're watching Pearl Pirate Baseball on the Pirate Media Network.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. Coach Thad Bennett satisfied with whatever Roger Murphy told him when he went to the mound, but now Brandon DeSalvo steps in with runners at first and second, one out here in the top of the third inning. Brandon got a base hit left side between short and third, his first at bat. And now the first pitch. Takes it inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Grant Phillips at second, Zach Carter at first. Did not put a courtesy runner in for Zach at this point. You're eligible to for a pitcher. But at this point, Coach Groh electing not to. Now the pitch to Brandon hits him on the foot. He'll go down to first base after being hit by the pitch. And the Pirates have the bases loaded for Zach Prince, designated hitter.
Number 2.
Don't know that I wouldn't put me a courtesy runner in for my pitcher right now, though.
Yeah.
I don't want to take a chance on him rounding third, sliding into home on a close play. Even though he's instructed him, you never. Now we're going to get another mound visit. That's going to be a pitching change, I believe. Yep. Now he's going to cross the line. He's officially gone to the mound. So we're going to take a break. We're going to be back in 60 seconds on the Pirate Media Network.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. Television and radio are still the most trusted sources for news and entertainment. And our web and social sites are among the most visited sites in our daily lives. When important moments happen, both big and small, we're the first informers to history. We are the pioneers, the innovators, the local broadcasters of radio and television, reaching more people, touching more lives.
Coach Jeff McClaskey electing to go to his bullpen here in the top of the third inning with Pearl trailing 2-1, but bases loaded and 1 out. Roger Murphy's day is over. Cannon Gibbs will take over on the mound. Roger Murphy threw 45 pitches, 26 strikes, 19 balls. Through 2 1/3 innings, giving up 3 hits, 1 run so far, but the bases loaded. All 3 of those runners would be charged to Roger if any or all should score. So his day is over, but his line is not.
His line is not. That's exactly right. All the runners on base, his responsibility.
Zach Prince, designated hitter, steps in with bases loaded facing Cannon Gibbs. Cannon, a big right-hander. Stepping in for Coach McClaskey, 6'2", 210, 10th grader on the mound for the Cougars. Phillips at third, Carter at second, DeSalvo at first. First and third base will play in on right at the edge of the grass. Shortstop and second base about halfway. They're not back at normal depth, but they're not playing in. Kind of for a shortstop, you're kind of in no man's land because it's kind of in a spot that you really don't like to be. Now timeout called by Prince, or requested, the umpire grants it. Cannon Gibbs in a tough situation for a sophomore, first game of the year. And the first pitch, chop right side, fair ball, bounces off of Yancey in fair territory. It's going to be a base hit. A run will score. Actually, I don't think probably be an error on the first baseman. Actually, is what we're going to charge that one. He should have made that play. He's hit right down the line. He was there to play it.
He had the opportunity to play it and go home to get the out, prevent the run, but it just bounced off his glove back into fair territory, and that'll be an error on Benton.
Well, no, it's not it because he got the out, so it's not an error. It's just a run scored. Yeah, never mind. Back up on all that.
All right.
Think myself through this. It's just ground out and scored the run. So 3 unassisted on the put out because he did get the out. If he had not gotten the out, then it would have been a different story. But he gets the out. The RBI will go to Prince. 2-2. Game's tied up here in the top of the third. First pitch to Parker Thurman, misses outside for a ball. Got to get my baseball mind back together.
That's right.
That's supposed to be a no-brainer thinker there, but
got to get back into baseball, I guess.
Their first game. It's our first game too.
That's right.
That one's hit off the end of the bat, foul. 1 ball, 1 strike to count to Parker Thurman. Parker popped up to the shortstop. His first at bat. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors. Line is identical for both clubs right now here in the top of the third. 2 outs. Pirates trying to take a lead. Zach Carter still on the path at third base. That pitch is hit into the air, right center field. Center fielder moving over, Quade Smith. Right fielder, John Allen. Neither one gets there. Quade Smith lays out for it. Parker Thurman stands up at second with a double. And 2 runs score, and the Pirates take a 4-2 lead here in the top of the third inning. Looked like Quade Smith had a run at it. John Allen, I thought, was going to be there. I don't know whether somebody called somebody off or didn't, but it, again, looked like a little bit of miscommunication. One that I thought either one could have made the catch.
I think either one of them could have made the catch. I think it was a communication thing for sure in right center field, and neither one able to make the play. Pirates get to score 2 runs on it, though.
Smith stops. He's on a dead run. He stops, and then John Allen pulls up, and then Smith tries to go again, and by the time he did that, it was too late. That'll bring David Pickering to the plate. Thurman down at second base after the double. Called strike on the outside corner. No balls, 1 strike to count. The Pirates now lead 4-2, plating 4 runs here in the top of the third inning. Swing and a miss and an inside breaking ball. No balls, 2 strikes to count. We can close the book on Roger Murphy, though. 2 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 4 runs, all 4 earned. He walked 1 and struck out 1. He hit a batter, had a wild pitch. ERA, 12. Woo. Call strike. Looked like it might have been up and in a little bit, but umpire thought it was close enough, and he calls the 3rd strike, and that's out for the Pirates. But they score 4 runs in the top of the 3rd and take a 4-2 lead. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. Television and radio are still the most trusted sources for news and entertainment. And our web and social sites are among the most visited sites in our daily lives. When important moments happen, both big and small, we're the first informers to history. We are the pioneers, the innovators, the local broadcasters of radio and television, reaching more people, touching more lives.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning with Pirates leading the Cougars of Northwest Rankin by a score of 4-2. The Pirates got 4 runs in that top of the 3rd inning. A couple of doubles. Had 3 hits, 2 of them were doubles. Plated those 4 runs. Now we go to the bottom of the 3rd. Quade Smith leads off for the Cougars. First pitch high for ball 1. Smith singled his first at bat. Now the 1-0 pitch Ground ball sharply past DeSalvo into left field. Looked like Brandon just misplayed that. I couldn't tell, did he go off his glove or just go by him?
I think it just went by him. Just a misplayed ball there by Brandon.
Give it a single. I didn't think it hit him. If it doesn't touch him, it just misplays it. That's single by Smith. He's 2 for 2.
Number 7, Wesley Watts.
Now Wesley Watts also singled his first at bat. Quade Smith, a left-handed hitter, so third baseman usually on that will play in close. Of course, Brandon playing in pretty close now. Swings and misses, strike one. That ball was hit sharply off the bat of Quade Smith, and before Brandon could react, it was by him. Smith with a pretty good lead over at first base. Carter steps off. Quade will return to the bag. Pirates have done a lot of work on pick moves and trying to pick runners off. And with a runner like Quade Smith, you may get the opportunity to test what you've done in practice.
He is a dangerous base runner.
1 ball, 1 strike to count. Wesley Watts in the batter's box. On deck, Reed Humphreys. 1-1 pitch outside. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Sun trying to come out here at Ridgeland High School, turning into a fairly good-looking afternoon. Another throw over. Runner gets back in time. Ground ball right side, glove by Hutton, out at second. Grant Phillips bobbled it just a moment, but the umpire said he had it in time to get the out at second, so it'll be another fielder's choice. Not quick enough to get the double play, but got the lead runner out, Quade Smith at second base on the 4-6 put out. That'll bring Reed Humphreys to the plate, designated hitter. Sack fly, RBI, his first at bat. Swings and misses at that pitch. No balls, 1 strike to count.
Now, DP, he's set to go play ball at Mississippi State, correct?
That is correct. That is correct. Swings at strike 2. Throw over to first. McGee lets it fall out of his glove, so runner's safe. .54 degrees outside right now. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Winds out of the north at about 6 miles an hour. Just a light breeze blowing. Keeping the flag just out enough to make it look good as it waves in the breeze in center field. Now the 1-2 pitch. Foul back. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strike. Supposed to get to a high of about 62 this afternoon, around 3 o'clock. That'll be about as we get going good into our second game here today. Now the 1-2 pitch, high for a ball. Nope, balk again by Zach Carter. So it'll be a no pitch. That sends Watts down to second base on the balk.
We'll have a little discussion with the
Coach Groh wants to ask the umpire exactly what he's doing. That's the 3rd balk. It's not a conversation. Coach Groh didn't go out to talk to the pitcher, Zach Carter. He went to talk to the umpire. While he's talking to the base umpire that called the balk, Coach Lyle is talking to the home plate umpire. So they'll compare notes when they get back. Find out what's going on. Of course, Coach Groh was at Gaucher the last 4 or 5 years.
What I understand, these guys are really good friends as well, right?
Hey, Coach Lyle?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. They've known each other for years. And that's one thing Coach Grove did when he came over here is he brought Coach Lyle with him. The one thing I'm going at with that is his first time ever here in the metro area. He's getting to know these umpires.
That's
you know,
right.
you think about here, Coach McClaskey and all these coaches around here know these umpires from around the whole metro area. Well, Coach Grove doesn't know them. They don't know him. So part of that's Coach Grove probably just going, hey, look, here's who I am. You know, let's get on the same page here and all this. Now the 1-2 pitch, breaking ball low and away for a ball 2. 2-2 the count to Reed Humphreys. And Coach Grove was calm. He goes out and just has a nice little arms folded conversation.
Right.
2-2 pitch, foul back, straight over the top of our trailer where Roy is sitting. It might have actually hit. I don't know if it hit the trailer or not. We can see if Roy got shook or not. Said he's still there. Didn't know if he felt any vibration if a ball hits him or not. 2-2 pitch to Reed Humphreys. Outside, ball 3. 3-2 the count. Wesley Watts down at second base. Benton Yancey in the on-deck circle. Now, Zach Carter steps off. Now looks back into Austin McDonald to get the sign. Now he's ready to go again. 3-2 pitch, popped up, foul, out of play again towards our broadcast trailer. For those of you that are listening that haven't had a chance to see our broadcast trailer, we unveiled it back in the late summer, right before football season, carried it with us to all the football games. If you want to make sure and get a chance, take a look at it. It's dark there most of the football games.
That's right.
Daylight for a lot of the baseball. It's got lights on it, too, but you can take a look at that production trailer we have. And anytime you're out watching a Pearl baseball game, it'll be somewhere around at home. It'll be sitting directly behind. He's saying 2-2. The home plate umpire is. I thought 3-2. That's what they got on the scoreboard. It's called strike 3. Reed Humphreys goes down looking. Big strikeout there by Zach Carter. That'll bring Benton Yancey to the plate.
First baseman, number 10.
Scorekeeper here looks over me and says it was 3-2. He and I both thought we were right. Umpire was wrong. Now the first pitch to Yancey. Called strike on the outside corner. For Carter, that was his first strikeout. Couldn't have come at a better time.
Great time.
Guess
first
what?
strikeout against a tough hitter, too.
Tough hitter with a runner in scoring position. Now the Yancey's second pitch misses low for a ball, 1-1 to count. But if you go to home games, our trailer will be sitting directly behind the dugout, the bleachers on the third base side. Runner goes, pitch is hit in the air, right side high. McGee in foul territory. Hutton comes over. McGee takes it and makes the play and records the third and final out. And the Cougars get one base runner on a hit. Strand that base runner at second base. We played 3. Northwest Rankin trails Pearl by a score of 4-2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Pirates have a lead over the number 5 team in the state, Northwest Rankin. They lead them 4-2 here as we go to the top half of the 4th inning.
Leading off for the Pirates will be Austin McDonald. He'll be followed by Matthew McGee, Alex Hutton, and one of them should reach. It'll be Grant Phillips, the scheduled 4th hitter this inning. First pitch to Austin's in for a called strike from Cannon Gibbs. Scheduled rest of the day. We talked about earlier. I wasn't sure, so I wanted to confirm. We're going to play Yazoo City after this game.
Right.
And then following that game, Ridgeland will play Yazoo City. And that will end the day. That one's fouled off right side. No balls, 2 strikes to count. There would have been a total of 4 games played because Ridgeland was going to play Northwest last night, and then Northwest would have had their second game in this one against us. Our second against Yazoo City and Ridgeland second against each other, and that would have wrapped out each team playing twice. But the rain had a different idea. There's a base hit over the head of the shortstop into left field off the bat of Austin McDonald. And the Pirates pick up their 5th hit of the ball game. And a base runner leading off here, and we're going to get a runner for McDonald, and that's going to be number 15 as a courtesy runner in for the catcher. Doesn't count as a substitution. High school baseball, you're allowed to do that for the pitcher and the catcher. That's River Weghorst
Matthew McGee
running at first base. Matthew McGee doubled his last at bat down the right field line. And now River Weghorst down at first base, courtesy running for the catcher. McGee showing bunt. Pulls up, takes the high for a ball. The ball bounces out of the glove of Craig Garner, but Weghorst retreats to the bag. Weghorst was a courtesy runner last year a lot of the time.
A lot.
Got good speed, likes to be on the base paths, a pretty aggressive runner. McGee pops it up, but it's going to fall down fair. Throw down to first in time to get Matthew McGee. Sack bunt laid down. It'll be put out from 5 to 4, I believe it was. Didn't the second baseman come over and cover that?
He did.
That advances the runner to second base on the sack bunt. And now Alex Hutton comes to the plate. He had a sack bunt his first at bat. Now with a runner in scoring position with 1 out. I don't think you see Alex bunting now because it's not that good to get him at third with 2 outs. Alex requests timeouts, granted. So expect to see Alex swinging away here and trying to see if he can move River around. This time Gibbs steps off the mound. Look for Alex starting at second base today to possibly see some play at shortstop as well as on the mound this year. That pitch misses or catches the outside corner for a called strike. No balls, 1 strike. Coach Groh will tell you Alex has probably got the biggest heart and the biggest effort of anybody on the team. He's one of those kids, if he had about another 4 or 5 inches in height and about 20 pounds in weight, he could be a superstar. Alex is going to always give you everything he's got.
That's exactly what you want.
Fouls that one off. No balls, 2 strikes to count.
Like to see solid effort.
Not sure what the holdup is here. First off, the umpire was looking towards the dugouts, and then Alex backs out and gets the sign from Coach Groh. With an 0-2 count, the only sign is hit it. Get it in play somewhere. Now the 0-2 pitch. He does just that. Pops up left side. And back is going to make the catch in foul territory is the third baseman, Niehaus. That'll be the second out of the inning. Weghorst was forced to stay at second base. That'll bring Grant Phillips to the plate. Shortstop, singled his last at bat. 1 for 2 today. Also scored a run for the Pirates. Now he bats with River Weghorst down at second base. Breaking ball stays up. Ball 1, 1-0 the count. Haven't seen anybody try to run. Hadn't really had a good opportunity against Craig Garner. He's got a cannon for an arm, though. He likes throwing runners out, so maybe at this point, of course, right now you don't want to make that third out at third, so I don't expect to see River going anywhere. There's a ball hit to left field, and moving over and getting there in time to make the catch is Taylor Lane. And that'll be the third and final out. The Pirates will get no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. We've played 3.5. Pearl 4, Northwest Rankin 2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, SignMart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at SignMart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're going to the bottom of the 4th inning. Pearl and Northwest Rankin in the Ridgeland Classic here at Titan Field, home of Ridgeland High School, on a pretty good Saturday afternoon for February 23rd. Following this game, it'll about a 20-30 minute break. We'll go back to regular programming for a period. Come back and the Pirates will take on the Indians of Yazoo City. Next week, a full schedule. The Mid-Mississippi Classic comes to town. We'll have games Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It's Thursday at 7 o'clock, Friday at 7:30, Saturday at 3 o'clock. We got a softball game, though, Monday. I'm assuming it's still going. I don't think any more rain scheduled. There's a called strike to John Allen Wall.
They're saying rain Monday, but we'll see if that happens.
We'll see. We're scheduled to play a softball game at 5 o'clock Monday afternoon. Hit high in the air, center field. David Pickering says, I got it. Drifts back a few steps and indeed has it. First out of the inning, Will Niehaus steps to the plate. Was by the high school yesterday, and the softball field was kind of underwater almost. A lot of water out there. Supposed to play Florence at Lady Pirate Park Monday afternoon at 5 o'clock. We'll bring you that game live right here on the Pirate Media Network. That one's fouled off. No balls, 2 strikes. And then, as I mentioned, on Thursday, we'll be playing UMS Wright, one of the schools from Alabama. That game will be at 7 o'clock. Vicksburg at 7:30 on Friday. And then on Saturday at 3 o'clock, we'll play Walker from Alabama. That pitch misses outside for a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Now the 2-2 pitch, foul back to the screen. Niehaus singled his first at bat. Now the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball left side. Phillips gloves it. Throws it across the diamond to McGee to record the out. On the 6-3 put out. That's 2 outs in the inning. That'll bring Taylor Lane to the plate.
Left fielder, 118, Taylor Lane.
This game, the shortest commute for me.
Yeah, you could have just about walked to here.
I could have.
Popped up, straight up. Austin McDonald looking for it, finds it, but can't get there to make the play as he circled around it. And so it'll fall down as just a foul ball. That's one of those a lot of people don't realize when that ball comes off a bat like that, it's spinning.
Right.
And the catcher, Austin, came out going towards the third base side. They had to circle around towards the first base side. Just couldn't get there to make the play.
It's a tough play for a catcher to get rid of his mask, come out of his stance, and find the ball.
Pitch misses inside for a ball, 1-1 to count. Of course, I was taught when I caught you didn't get rid of the mask until you found the ball.
Really? Okay.
Because you took it off. High fly ball right side. Parker Thurman coming hard. Hutton going out. Parker calls him off and can't make the catch. Goes off his glove there at the edge of the bullpen.
I think that pitcher's mound kind of caught him by surprise a little bit too, as he had to kind of go up the rise and just couldn't come away with the catch.
That's one of those that now, if Taylor Lane gets on base, I'm going to go back and charge an error on Parker.
Yeah.
It's a drop foul error, and some official scores will go ahead and call it an error right now. In my book, unless this guy gets on base, it won't count as an error because he didn't advance anything. He does get another pitch and force it by the pitcher, and now he will be charged with error. That one's hit straight through the box for a base hit. So there is a drop foul error now charged against Parker Thurman, and a base hit by Taylor Lane. And with 2 outs, Northwest Rankin a runner at first for Craig Garner, the catcher, coming to the plate. But I was taught as a catcher that you got that pop-up and you know it's your play, take the mask off, hold it in your hand.
But don't throw it.
Find the ball, then throw it away from where you're going to get the ball.
Ah, it makes sense.
That way you make sure you don't trip on your mask.
Makes sense.
You take it off and throw it immediately, you might end up throwing it in the direction you're going to end up needing to run, then you end up tripping over it, and that's not good. So that's just the way I was taught. Take it off, find the ball, figure out which way you run and throw it the other direction. Throw over, not quite in time to get Taylor Lane. High and away for a ball.
You got Mississippi Braves baseball starting pretty soon, correct?
We do. Our first game is actually going to be a college game. I believe it's Mississippi State and Southern Miss will play on March 12th. There's a well-hit ball into center field. Pickering going back. He's going to get there and make the catch as he goes to his knees to make the play on it. But Ricketts to record the out. That'll be the final out of the inning. The Cougars will get 1 base runner, 1 hit, no runs, 1 error, 1 man left. We've played 4 complete. Pearl leads 4-2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. We go to the top of the 5th with Pearl leading Northwest 4-2 in the Ridgeland Classic here at Ridgeland High School. Cannon Gibbs still on the mound for the Cougars. He came in relief of Roger Murphy. He's done a good job. He's given up 2 hits, struck out 1. Murphy was charged with all of the runs scored by the Pirates. Zach Carter's gone the distance for the Pirates so far. 4 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned. He struck out 1. 70 pitches, 44 strikes, 26 balls through his 4 innings of work. At this point, a 3.5 ERA. Good job by Zach Carter in his first outing of the year. Must have been some changes. I don't know. It looks like the umpire's writing something. Their defensive change for Northwest that I don't see. Everybody looks to be the same, I think.
It looks the same. Don't know who's in right field.
Still the same pitcher and catcher, I can tell that. Zach Carter's going to be on the mound, in the batter's box. 23 is in right field. And that is a change. John Allen Wall was out there. That pitch misses for a ball. I think everybody else in the outfield looks to still be the same. Yep, still Taylor Lane. Yeah, so that's the only change is 23 is now playing right field. Swings and misses at a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. 23 is Kyle Bayless. I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name. Swings, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Kyle Bayless, I'm assuming is how you pronounce his last name, B-A-Y-L-E-S. I don't know if I got that right or not. He's the new right fielder for Northwest Rankin. Popped up infield. Called off by the second baseman, Weeks, coming in to make the catch. Eason Weeks to make the catch. Good job, called off the pitcher. Pitcher's there, but supposed to get out of the way and let the fielder make the play. Weeks does his job. Now Brandon DeSalvo steps to the batter's box. 1 for 1. Brandon singled his first at bat, was hit by a pitch and scored in the 3rd inning. Fouls that one off over the lights on behind the first base dugout. Lights are on here at Titan Field. It's not dark, but it's just an overcast, cloudy type day. Just go ahead and put the lights on. Just helps out a little bit. Now the 0-1 pitch to Brandon DeSalvo. Misses high for a ball. 1-1 to count.
Now the next game against Yazoo City, scheduled to start at 2, is that correct?
2:30.
2:30, I got you.
High fly ball, left side. Left fielder Lane moving over. And he will call for it and make the catch in shallow left field to record the out. That'll be the second out of the inning, and Zach Prince, designated hitter, comes in. Zach lined out to second his first at bat, grounded out to first, but got an RBI back in the 3rd inning.
Designated hitter, number 2, Zach Prince.
That pitch misses high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Looks like the Indians have arrived. Well, no, I take that back. I thought I saw them, but I don't. Pitch misses for ball 2. Probably get here, I would think, in the next 15 minutes or so, though, if they're not already on the ground somewhere. Now the 2-0 pitch. Outside, ball 3. They do have batting cages beyond the first base dugout.
This is a great facility.
It is.
At Ridgeland High School.
Now the 3-0 pitch. In for a call strike. A few people starting to gather up on the elevated deck down the first base line. I'm sure by the time they get to the Ridgeland Yazoo City game this evening, it'll be a packed house down there.
It'll be a packed house indeed.
3-1 pitch, misses outside for a ball. Zach Prince draws the walk. And that'll bring Parker Thurman to the plate with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Pearl leading Northwest by a score of 4-2.
Right fielder, number 6, Parker Thurman.
Now, are you making the spring break trip with the team? Are they going to play somewhere spring break?
They will go to Gulf Shore spring break. They've got 4 games on the schedule. We're not going to broadcast those games.
Okay.
So I'll not be making that trip. There's a call strike to Parker. They'll play, I think, 2 on Monday, 1 on Tuesday, 1 on Wednesday.
Gotcha.
And then depending on how they do in those, they could play in some championship stuff on Thursday, what they call pool play.
Gotcha.
Runner goes. Pitcher steps off the back of the rubber, turns around and throws him out at second base. That goes down as a caught stealing for Zach Prince. And that'll end the inning. After 4.5, Pearl leads Northwest by a score of 4-2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Go to the bottom of the 5th inning with Pearl leading Northwest by a score of 4-2. For Northwest here in the bottom of the 5th, it'll be Easton Weeks, followed by Quade Smith and Wesley Watts, the scheduled hitters, facing Zach Carter, who's gone the distance for the Pirates thus far and looked pretty good for the most part, I'd say, Justin.
Yeah, he really has. Came out, gave up those runs, the run early, a couple of runs early in the game, and has really settled in, pitching great today. Command of his stuff, hitting the strike zone. Got to be impressed with Zach Carter.
First pitch misses high for a ball, and Austin McDonald does a no-no and throws it away from his pitcher back, and that's just something you don't do as a catcher. Coach Groh letting him hear that right now. Getting some action down in the Pirate bullpen. Pitch misses for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to count. Call strike, 2-1 to Easton Weeks. He popped up to the second baseman his first at bat. That pitch misses high for a ball, 3-1 to count. Zach Prince going down to get loose for the Pirates. As Zach surrenders his first walk of the day, the leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the 5th, to bring the top of the order to the plate. Not what you want to do.
Not at all.
He was getting up a little bit in those pitches, which a lot of times is a sign of fatigue. That'll bring Quade Smith to the plate with a runner at first base. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Zach Prince in the bullpen. Inside for a ball 1. 1-0 the count.
How many pitches so far?
I've got him at 76.
That's a lot of pitches for a first game out.
High for a ball 2. 2-0 the count. Coach Lyle's going to go out and talk to him right now. Give Zach a little bit more time down in the, Prince a little bit more. Zach Prince more time in the bullpen, and just try to settle Zach Carter down a little bit, see if he can get a little bit more out of him. We'll take 30 seconds. We'll be back on the Pirate Media Network.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. Television and radio are still the most trusted sources for news and entertainment. And our web and
Welcome back. 2 balls, no strikes to count to Quade Smith. Runner at first base, nobody out. Coach Lyle talked him into a strike. Now it's 2-1 count. Zach Carter, 78 pitches. Now the 2-1 pitch, misses high, ball 3. A leadoff walk, and now threatening to deliver one to Quade Smith. I got a feeling if this is ball 4, it'll be the last pitch that Zach throws today.
I would agree.
Coming into the meat of this Cougar lineup. And it was ball 4. They threw it down to second anyway on the guy running because the catcher didn't hear the ball call evidently. And so now runners at first and second with nobody out. Wesley Watts coming to the plate. Be Wesley Watts and then Reed Humphreys is on deck. Nobody making a move to the mound yet, so Zach may pitch to Wesley Watts. Our Coach Grove could be just waiting, let Zach Prince throw as many as he can and wait till the last second to go to the pitcher's mound. Again, our first game to see Coach Grove in live full action, so kind of learn some of his ways. Outside corner for a called strike to Wesley Watts. Watts is 1 for 2. He singled in the first, reached on a fielder's choice in the third. Runner goes, throw to third, offline, but DeSalvo does a good job of getting the ball. It'll be a stolen base. Double steal as both will go. Pitch was a little high and outside for a ball. And now you've got runners at second and third with nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. High ball 2 to Watts.
And the most dangerous part of this lineup looms on deck and in the hole.
Reed Humphreys and Benton Yancey both with good power. Number 3 and 4 hitters in the order. Pearl leading 4-2, trying to hang on to that right now here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Fly ball foul right side out of play. Count goes 2-2. If I remember correctly, it was either last year or year before, Carol Davis, our camera operator down on the deck on the first base side, had a foul ball come pretty close to him.
I believe that's right.
I think he said he was going to bring his glove next time he came to Ridgeland, but I didn't see it on him. So now the 2-2 pitch. Check swing. Strike 3. Don't know whether he called him on the swing or the strike, but it looked to be off the plate to me. But that's strike 3 and a huge strikeout. And Coach McClaskey going to have a word with Reed Humphreys. I think his word's really more directed at the umpire.
Yes.
And Reed just happens to be standing there. Because I don't think McClaskey, I think he's questioning, was that ball was off the plate. No, he didn't go around, so where was the strike?
Right. That one.
Now 1 out, runners at second and third with Reed Humphreys coming to the plate.
The designated hitter, Reed Humphreys.
Not see a ball go very deep anywhere here today. Of course, the wind's blowing in from left field across towards the first base dugout. Pitch misses low for a ball, which is one thing you want to do right now. Keep it down. Don't get one up to Reed. That got that one a little too far down. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Zach real close to not coming set on that pitch. That was a balk called 3 times today. I noticed on that one he was real quick when he came to that set position. Got to watch that. Now the 2-0 count. Good set. Now the pitch. High ball 3.
At this point.
This could be an unintentional walk at this point to Reed Humphreys.
You know, this is not. This is one of those situations you don't want to make a mistake trying to put one in there just right for him. You may want to go ahead and continue the unintentional intentional.
Well, something too you look at, if you put him on first base, you bring up Benton. Yeah, Benton's a good hitter with good power, but Benton's a lot bigger. Benton's a guy you got a chance to double off.
Right.
If he hits a ground ball to the infield. Now 3-0 pitch. Obviously, Reed had that bat propped on his shoulder, was taking that one all the way. Good pitch for a strike. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. And a 3-1 pitch, foul back straight over the top. Count goes full. Zach battling hard against Reed Humphreys. Runners at second and third. Weeks at third. Quade Smith at second. Both reached by way of the walk. Zach Carter now at 90 pitches. Now the 3-2 pitch. High and away for ball 4. Reed Humphreys draws the walk. And there goes Coach Grove. That should be all now for Zach Carter, Coach. Yep, that is timeout. That's going to be the end of Zach Carter as Coach Grove goes out to the pitcher's mound. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
Running up for the Pirates, number 2, Zach Prince.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. 4-2, Pirates lead.
Parker Thurman.
But the situation on the field not so great. The base is full of Cougars. Pitching change. Zach Prince comes in to inherit this situation. Humphreys, he's at first. Smith at second, Weeks at third for big Benton Yancey, the cleanup hitter. He'll step in just a few minutes. Benton has a lot of power and has the ability to let the Cougars jump out to a lead with one swing of his bat. So a situation here where the Pirates need to try to keep the ball down to him because he will make you pay if you leave it up and make a mistake on him. A good performance today from Zach Carter. 4 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs. 2 of those were earned. But every runner on base, his responsibility. It's got a 3.23 ERA so far today. But we'll see what happens with the remainder of this inning to see if that is going to change. So we get ready now for the bases loaded for Benton Yancey. Here's DP with the play-by-play story.
First baseman, number 10.
I got to get the changes in here too.
Oh, Zach went to right field. Sorry. The right fielder moved to left. First pitch to Benton, strike 1 on the outside corner.
Right fielder went to left or to center? Went to left.
Went to left, yeah. Back up the middle to short, 6-4. On to first.
Double play. We called it. What would happen if you got a chance to double off Benton Yancey if he gets a ground ball to the infield? And he did just that, and that ends the inning. The Pirates stay with a 2-run lead, 4-2 after 5. We'll be back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. We're going to the top of the sixth inning with Pearl holding on to a 4-2 lead. Got another new pitcher now coming in for Northwest. I believe that's number 16 coming in to replace Cannon Gibbs on the mound for the Cougars. And number 16 looking for him on the roster.
That's Kyle Hart, 6'2", 160 pounds, senior right-hander.
There we go. Kyle Hart, new pitcher for Northwest Rankin, coming onto the mound. Big double play defensively for the Pearl Pirates. We talked about it that there wasn't totally a bad walk to Reed Humphreys because it loads the bases. It sets up a potential double play. Benton Yancey's a good ball player, good hitter, just doesn't have that much speed. He's a big guy. And just that happens. He gets a sharp ground ball and able to field it by Grant Phillips. The relay to Alex Hutton at second base, and then the first to finish the double play. So great job defensively by the Pirates. Now Coach Groh is talking with the umpires about something. I'm not sure what. They may be looking at a lineup thing or something. I'm not real sure what they're talking about. He's looking at a lineup. Parker Thurman's in the batter's box. We may be finna see some changes. I do see number 15 with a bat in the on-deck circle for Pearl. That's River Weghorst. River came in as a courtesy runner earlier, but looks like he's going to come into the game in place of David Pickering. We'll see what happens officially when he comes into the batter's box. But right now it's Parker Thurman. Pickering would be the scheduled hitter, and then Austin McDonald and Matthew McGee would be the number 4 hitter in the order. But again, River Weghorst has a bat in the on-deck circle, so it looks like River may be coming into the ball game for David Pickering.
DP, a game like this, cool weather outside says that heat's not an issue. You're playing a game, just a few minutes, another game. Do you start worrying about guys yet, or are we so early in the season that really doesn't come into play?
Pitcher's the only thing I worry about. I don't worry about anybody else at this point. You're playing ball, and they've been working a lot harder than this in practice.
Right.
They'll go 3-4 hours in practice sometimes this time of year. So no, it's the only thing you look at right now is your pitcher and how many pitches he's going to throw. Second pitch to Parker's in for a called strike. But other than that, pitch counts on a pitcher. No, you're playing ball now. You're good to go. Ground ball, right side, picked up by the second baseman. Throw to first in time to get the out. And Parker goes out on the 4-3 put out, and that will bring River Weghorst to the plate in place of David Pickering.
Now batting, playing center field, number 15, River Weghorst.
I didn't notice. I don't think he came in.
No, he did not come in.
So he's coming in offensively now for the change. We'll see if he stays in to play center field. Hit the end of his bat, I think. That's one of those kind that could hit him, or it would have been a ball if he got completely out of the way, but he left his bat sitting there, and it hits the handle of the bat for a foul ball. Now the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball, grounded to the left side. Shortstop Watts picks it up, throws it to first in time. And River decides to dive head first. And I've never understood that.
That never works at first base.
And especially trying to do that into that clay. He hadn't stopped. I mean, it was like
thud.
Yeah, like Velcro. Austin McDonald steps up. Flied out to left his first at bat. Singled back in the 4th inning. Now the first pitch to Austin. Breaking ball in for a strike. No balls, 1 strike to count. Speed gun right here behind the home plate. Zach Carter was throwing around 83. This is about what he topped out at during his time on the mound. Check swing. They're going to say no, he did not go. 1-1 to count. We've got a signal for the couple of guys from out here showing us that if they look up as these two guys are here on the front rows, who's doing it.
Yeah.
And anything, because rather than having to do two hands, I told them just do an easy one hand with fingers, high and away for a ball. And basically it has to be over 80 to do it. If they give us like a 2 fingers down, it's 82.
Okay.
If 2 fingers up, it'd be like 87.
Nice. Okay.
Like that code?
Yeah, I like that. That's good.
I said if we get over 90, just shout, because that's going to be something worth celebrating. I don't think that's going to happen.
That's right.
That pitch misses low, ball 3.
We come out here and watch a guy throw in the 90s, we'll be celebrating for sure.
Especially if he's got a Pirate uniform on.
That's right.
We don't have anybody can do that. 3-1 pitch. Call, strike. 3 balls, 2 strikes to count. Now McDonald waits the pitch and hits a base hit into right center field over the head of the second baseman. He'll round first and stop with a single. 2 for 3 on the afternoon so far as Austin McDonald. And that's going to get a courtesy runner for the catcher. Now it's going to be number 22 coming in for the Pirates to run at first base. And number 22 is Dalton Solis running at first base, courtesy runner for the catcher. Matthew McGee at the plate.
Solis, number 22, running at first base. Batting the first baseman, Matthew McGee.
First pitch to McGee, a breaking ball, catches that outside corner for a call strike. No balls, 1 strike to count. Throw over to first, Solis back easily. Little soft fly ball hit down the right field line, but foul. Count goes to 0-2 to McGee. McGee's 1 for 1. He doubled back in the 3rd inning, later scored. Had a sac bunt in the 4th inning. Now the 0-2 pitch. Solis at first. High and outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Pretty good crowd here this afternoon for Saturday afternoon, February baseball. Throws over to first. Solis dives back ahead of it. Ground ball left side. It's going to be picked up by the 3rd baseman. Throwing across to Benton Yancey at first to get McGee out, and that will end the inning. Pirates get no runs on 1 hit, no errors. 1 man left. We've played 5 1/2, and Pearl leads 4-2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
2 Cougars in the bottom of the 6th. Played by trio number 23.
To Pearl Pirate baseball. David Pickering comes back into the game in center field. So River Weghorst just pinch hit for Pickering and then came back out. Weghorst now is used up for the day. He can't be used as a courtesy run or anything anymore. He's done. So he can relax until the Yazoo City game. First two pitches to Kyle Bayless are balls. 2 balls, no strikes to count. There's a strike on the inside part of the plate. 2-1 to count. So defensively right now for Pearl, you've got Parker Thurman's now in left, David Pickering in center, and Zach Carter's in right. Outside ball 3, 3-1 to count. The infield's the same as we started. DeSalvo, Phillips, Hutton, and McGee from third to first. Now the 3-1 pitch. Fastball on the outside corner for a call strike. Three-two pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That'll bring to the plate Will Niehaus, third baseman.
Will Niehaus.
Breaking ball. Hits softly left side. DeSalvo lays out, picks it up, throws to first. Scoop by McGee, gets the play. Brandon DeSalvo lays out to pick the ball up on the slow roller and jumps to his feet. Throws a little bit off target and down, but McGee with a good scoop at first base to get Niehaus on the 5-3 putout. That'll bring up Taylor Lane.
18, Taylor Lane.
Call strike. No balls, 1 strike to count. That pitch looked like it just completely slipped off the fingers of Zach Prince. Prince works extremely fast.
He really
on
does.
The mound.
Just watching him.
Now the 1-1 pitch. That one again slippers outside to the left-handed hitting Taylor Lane. Lane's 1 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice in the second. Singled in the fourth. Now the 2-1 pitch. Foul back. Goes 2-2. Now the 2-2 delivery. Outside, ball 3. Activity down in the Pirates bullpen. It's at number 7, Jimmy Boyd getting loose for Pearl. Now the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Zach Prince gets out of the inning in the 6th. We'll go to the 7th with Pearl leading Northwest Rankin by a score of 4-2. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
In times of joy, in moments of grief, we are there. When the world looks for truth, broadcasters come through, even when all else fails. Today, with more ways than ever to experience the moments that transform our lives, Americans still choose broadcast television and radio more than all other media combined. Television and radio are still the most trusted sources for news and entertainment. And our web and social sites are among the most visited sites in our daily lives. When important moments happen, both big and small, we're the first informers to history. We are the pioneers, the innovators, the local broadcasters of radio and television, reaching more people, touching more lives.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. Pirates have a 4-2 lead over Northwest Rankin. We head to the top of the 7th. And Alex Hutton steps in, first batter for the Pirates.
Alex on the day is 0 for 1. He had a sac bunt back in the 3rd, flied out to third base in the 4th in foul territory. He'll be facing Kyle Hart on the mound. Here in the top of the 7th inning, Pirates lead by 2. Would love to pad that just a little bit. First pitch to Alex, just low and away for a ball, 1-0 the count. Now the 1-0 delivery. Low and away, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to count. To Alex Hutton. Alex will be followed by the top of the order, Grant Phillips, Zach Carter, Brandon DeSalvo. Now the 2-0 pitch. In for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Hit left field line, fair ball down the line. Alex is going to round first. He's heading for second. He's going to hold up on his turn and retreat to the bag, but a good single by Alex Hutton down the left field line, and the Pirates get the leadoff batter on base here in the top of the 7th inning. That'll bring Grant Phillips, the shortstop, to the plate. Grant 1 for 3. Grounded out to second and first. Single in the third. Flew out to left in the 4th. Bats with Alex Hutton at first base. First pitch shows bunt. Fouls it off. No balls, 1 strike to count. Now the 0-1 pitch to Phillips. Hutton with a decent lead at first. Takes off, popped up on the infield. Alex will have to retreat to the bag as Benton Yancey will make the catch.
He squared the bunt, pulled it back, thinking he could catch him off guard, popped it up.
It's a good idea.
It's a great idea.
Just get it in play, but unfortunately popped it up. Alex was alert, though, and retreats to the bag. Now with 1 out, that'll bring Zach Carter to the plate. First pitch to Zach, in for a call strike. Zach on the day is 0 for 1. Excuse me, he's 0 for 2. Grounded out to second, walked, popped up to second. Throw over to first. Alex dives back in ahead of the tag. Ground ball right side. It's going to be picked up by the second baseman. Throw to short. Relay to first. He won't even throw it. Not in time. So get the lead runner on the fielder's choice. And now with 2 outs, that will bring to the plate Brandon DeSalvo. One thing I hadn't told you we've got the players of the game.
Excellent.
That you and I'll get to pick. Today, the player of the game brought to you by DeSalvo's and Sonic.
Cool.
We'll pick 2 players, and we have certificates to be awarded to them from DeSalvo's and Sonic.
That's great.
Drive-ins in Pearl, and DeSalvo's, of course, on Highway 80 in Pearl. There's a call strike for the first pitch to Brandon DeSalvo. Looking at it from a defensive standpoint, I really don't know how you could not give it to Zach Carter.
I was going to say that's who I would pick.
I mean, I've got to go with Zach Carter with his outing today, with what he did as one of our 2 players of the game. Just a tremendous job on the mound today. Battle against a really good team. That one's fisted straight back to the pitcher, Kyle Hart. He'll throw to first to get Brandon DeSalvo out, and that'll end the top of the 7th. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th with Pearl leading 4-2 on the Pirate Media Network.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Harvey's Fish Hut is located on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road in Pearl, Mississippi. Harvey's prides itself on having the best fried catfish in the metro area, as well as tasty pan trout. Harvey's Fish Hut only serves quality Mississippi farm-raised catfish. Dine-in or carry-out, Harvey's Fish Hut is always served hot and fresh, open Monday through Saturday for both lunch and dinner. So stop by and see Willie Harvey at Harvey's Fish Hut on the corner of Airport Road and Old Whitfield Road, or call to place your order at 601-939-6262. 601-939-6262.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball here on the Pirate Media Network. Pirates have the 4-2 lead going into the bottom half of the 7th inning against the Cougars from Northwest Rankin. Pirates played a great game today behind some great pitching and some clutch hitting at times. Pirates have the lead, hope to hold on to it here as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning.
They'll face 8-9-1 in the order for the Northwest Rankin Cougars. That's Craig Garner, Eason Weeks, and then Quade Smith. Zach Prince on the mound. Zach came on in relief of Zach Carter. Now the first pitch to Garner misses outside for ball one. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Carter went 4 1/3, 5 hits, 2 runs. They were both earned. He walked 3 and struck out 2 through 91 pitches. Called strike, 1-1 to count. Prince has come on, gone 1 2/3 so far. Struck out 2, not walked anybody, not given up a hit. Breaking ball high and away for a ball. Normally after games, when it's not a doubleheader, we'll always do post-game interviews with players and coach. But because of the doubleheader today and them needing to be getting refocused for a second game, us needing to do the same thing, we won't do an interview after today's game. We will, however, award our DeSalvo's Sonic PMN Player of the Game, and they'll just get their certificates at a later time. I'll give them to them Monday at practice or something. High and away for a ball. Sometimes Zach, in his exuberance and his excitement, kind of gets out of hand. That's what he kind of a little bit looked like on those pitch right there. Misses inside, walks the leadoff hitter, which is not what you want to do when you got a 2-run lead in the bottom of the 7th inning. You don't want to put the leadoff hitter on base. Craig Garner will get a courtesy runner. And that's going to be number 1. I believe that's Ty Park is number 1 for Northwest Rankin. That is Ty Park coming in as a courtesy runner.
Park, now courtesy runner.
I know Ty. He works at our club, and I play golf with his daddy.
Okay. I know Ty. He goes to
Pine Lake as well.
Right.
That's true. Throw over to first. Eason Weeks has popped up to second and walked so far in the game. Top of the order up after him. High for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Jimmy Boyd back up down in the bullpen for Pearl. Coach Gross signaling down to the bullpen to hurry up. In other words, he's not going to have a long leash on Zach Prince. If he starts to get in trouble, there's a strike. And nope, it was a balk instead. He did not come set. We've seen that, I think, now 4 times by Pirate pitchers today, which is something they'll have to work on, because you can't do things like that. That's 4th balk by Pirate pitching today. And that puts runner at second base with nobody out on a 1-0 count. There's a strike. Runner at second base really doesn't mean anything. All he does is closes it to a 1-run game. Runner at plate's a potential tying run. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Eason Weeks. Coach Groh walking almost all the way down to the bullpen to make sure he's got everybody where he wants them. Now the 1-2 pitch. Outside, ball 2, 2-2 to count to Eason Weeks. Quade Smith in the on-deck circle. Up and in, ball 3. Now I'll go ahead and say this out front. This is not a good guy to walk.
No, it is not.
Because the next guy is almost impossible to double off.
That's
with
right.
his speed coming out of the left side of the batter's box. Now full count pitch, swing and foul tip. Count remains full. Hit it in the air, left field. Parker Thurman coming hard, and we'll let it drop in front of him. Unusual Parker not to just lay out for that one, but it could have been a wise move. I'm not sure he could have got there. It'll go in as a single into left. Ty Park stops at third base. I thought for a second Parker was going to get there to make the catch, and I thought I was going to see him dive, which Parker's been known to do. But that time he elected not to dive for it and let it hit in front of him, and that's going to put runners at first and third, and we're going to go to the bullpen and see Jimmy Boyd. So with the pitching change, we're going to take a break. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Serving Mississippi since 1967, Mississippi Bonding Company is prepared to help in your time of need. Our agents are the quickest, most efficient, and most educated bail bonds agents in the area. We use state-of-the-art computer equipment and services to process all applications, credit cards, and deliver the necessary documents to get your friends and family released as quickly as possible. All jails, all courts, statewide and nationwide service, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In trouble? Call Mississippi Bonding Company right now and let our professional agents help.
Welcome back to Pearl Pirate Baseball. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning with Pearl leading Northwest Rankin 4-2. The Cougars threatening here in the bottom of the 7th. They've got the first 2 batters on base. And a pitching change, Jimmy Boyd comes to the mound for the Pearl Pirates. Got a walk, a leadoff walk surrendered by Zach Prince. Then had a balk, moved him to second, then a little bloop single into left field, put the runner at third, and now you've got top of the order and Quade Smith at the plate. Quade's 2 for 2, 2 singles and a walk. The tying run is at first, potential winning run at the plate. First pitch up and away for a ball. Jimmy Boyd on the mound for the Pirates. Eason Weeks at first base. Was part of a double steal earlier, so he's got a stolen base on the day. Ty Park at third. Now the 1-0 pitch. In for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to count to Quade Smith. On deck is Wesley Watts. In the hole, Reed Humphreys. Now the 1-1 pitch. Fouled off, left side, out of play. Count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jimmy Boyd looks into Austin McDonald for the sign. Quade Smith says that's a little too much time. Request timeout. Home plate umpire grants it, and he steps out. Now everybody ready to go again. Pitch, ground ball, back up the middle. It's going to be picked up by the shortstop, Phillips. Relay to first is going to be over the head and into the dugout as it slipped off of Alex Hutton's hand. The runner's going to go to second on the throwing error. Run will score. It's going to be a fielder's choice that scores the runner. Weeks is out at second on the force out. And then Quade Smith will advance to second on the throwing error by the shortstop, by the second baseman, Alex Hutton. Coach Groh out talking the umpire about something. I don't know whether he's thinking Alex was interfered with on making that throw. Looked to me like it just came off his fingers bad, just didn't get a good grip on it as he threw it. Or he may be wondering for sure whether the runner should advance or not, but he's going to be given the extra base when he comes to the dugout. He had first made, and he's going to always be given the extra base when he goes into the dugout. The only thing, I guess it actually went in the dugout. It looks like from where we are, it had to have gone into the dugout.
Yeah, I would think it had to.
Coach Grove talking with both umpires now behind the pitcher's mound. I can pretty well promise you this: if it changes from what it is now, the next conversation will have Coach McClaskey.
Right.
Right now, he's just standing over here patiently by the third baseline, listening, planning his speech if needed.
That's right. Oh, but he will.
Now he's going to get an explanation from the home plate umpire. And knowing Coach McClaskey, he'd be asking if we can go to third. But either way, now it's a 4-3 game with runner at second base, the tying run at second. Wesley Watts, the shortstop, steps to the batter's box, 1 for 3. Single into first, reached on a fielder's choice and struck out. Quade Smith at second with really good speed. First pitch low and in the dirt. Picked up there by Austin McDonald, though. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Fly ball hit into right field. Caught by Zach Carter. Runner's going to advance to third. But that's 2 outs, and they're saying he left early, but umpire says no, he didn't. Coach Grove thought he might have. But fly out to right puts the tying run at third base with 2 outs for Reed Humphreys at the plate.
This is exactly who the Cougars want at the plate. This is exactly whose hands they want to put this game in. And Reed will step in. 2 outs, runner at third. It's the tying runner at third, and Reed is the winning runner at the plate.
Jimmy Boyd with an opportunity to pick up a save for the Pearl Pirates. If he can get Reed Humphreys out at the plate. First pitch, low and away for a ball. One ball, no strike to count. Quade Smith dancing down the line. Bounces away from McDonald, but he keeps it in front of him. 2-0 the count. And I tell you what, and I have seen Coach McClaskey do this before. Don't be surprised if Quade Smith just takes off running.
I was going to say, he is a prime candidate to just send to the plate.
I have seen Coach McClaskey steal home more than once. Saw him do it in the 11th inning, bottom of the 11th of a ball game at a Mid-Mississippi Classic about 5 years ago. Popped up foul out of play. Playing Prattville, Alabama.
Really?
It was 1-1 in the bottom of the 11th.
And he stole home.
And Kenny Tackett's on third base, and he has him steal home to win the game.
Wow.
2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch hit high into the air, right field. Zach Carter moving over. Can he make the catch and hold on to it? Yes, and the ball game is over. The Pearl Pirates have upset the Northwest Rankin Cougars by a score of 4-3 in the Ridgeland Classic. And this is something you don't normally see. For the first game of the season is a pile-on out there, and it's incredible. I mean, this Pirate team has been working real hard in the offseason to try to come back and try to find something. And tonight they found it and realized that they can play with anybody. Zach Carter will get the win. Roger Murphy will get the loss. The save will go to Jimmy Boyd. And the Pirates have started this season with a 1-0 record against the Northwest Rankin Cougars in this win tonight. What a ball game. What a game today. What a job by the Pearl Pirates. We're going to step away for 60 seconds. We'll come back with a post-game wrap-up of this game and get ready for the next one. Back in a moment on the Pirate Media Network.
Pearl Stamp and Sign is now Sign Mart. Our name has changed, but not our great service. For over 20 years, we have been your #1 hometown retailer in custom stamps, signage, and marketing products. Now we are growing and want to take you with us. Whether you have an event, starting a new business, or wish to expand your existing business, Sign Mart is committed to helping you meet your design and marketing needs. Come see the friendly staff at Sign Mart on Pearson Road in Pearl and make your mark in the business world.
It's easy to have concerns about your cooling and heating system in the middle of summer, especially when you live in the Deep South. My friends at Hermetic Rush Services recommend you let them take away these worries when you call Hermetic Rush Services at 601-932-7874 for all your residential and commercial cooling and heating needs. You'll feel smarter from the shoulders up and a whole lot more comfortable head to toe. Hermetic Rush Services, where Rush is our middle name. Call them today, 601-932-7874.
Here on the Pirate Media Network, the Pirates have started the season off in grand fashion as they've defeated the Cougars of Northwest Rankin. That's right. I'm going to say that again just to make sure everybody heard what I just said. Pearl just defeated Northwest Rankin in baseball by a score of 4-3 in the Ridgeland Classic. Justin, what a game for this Pearl Pirate team. What a way to start the 2013 season. What a way to begin the tenure of head coach Justin Groh with a win over arguably one of the top programs in the state year in, year out, especially one of the best programs in the metro area year in, year out. A number 5 ranked team in the state with probably the best, could very well end up being the best baseball player in the state of Mississippi. Mr. Baseball, when the season is over, at the plate with a chance to tie it, if not win it, and it gets him to pop out into foul territory down the right field line. And I'm, of course, talking about Reed Humphreys. But Jimmy Boyd picking up the save. But what can you say about this Pearl Pirate team for today's game?
It's a huge win. It's a huge win for this program. It's a huge confidence booster for these guys. I said at the beginning of the broadcast, it's one of the best teams they'll play all season. They came out, not only did they play with them, they were competitive with them. They gave up 2 runs early. They didn't quit. They kept fighting, came up with 4 runs there at a key moment in the game there in the 3rd inning, and were able to hold on there at the end. What you saw, as you said, Reed Humphreys at the plate to come up with a huge win, a huge confidence booster, and what a way to start the 2013 season for the Pearl Pirates.
Great way to do it. And as you said, they started off, Pearl gave up 2 runs in the bottom of the 1st inning. Kind of a couple of good leadoff hits there by Northwest Rankin. No score in the 2nd inning. In the 3rd inning, the top of the 3rd, led off. Matthew McGee leads off with a double. Ends up scoring the 1st run of the game for the Cougars. For the Pirates, excuse me. Mm-hmm. He also gets a sac bunt later in the game. But in that 4th inning, Pearl puts up 4 runs in that inning, and that's what opened it up. Took a 4-2 lead. No runs in the 4th, 5th, or 6th innings. The bottom of the 7th, 2 walks, or a walk and a single to begin the game. Get a walk in there. Got runners at 1st and 3rd. They're able to get the lead runner on a play and finally get the final out on a pop out to right field. Just what a game by the Pirates. Just look quickly at some stats. First for Northwest Rankin, Quade Smith was 2 for 3 on the day. Wesley Watts was 1 for 4. Will Niehaus was 1 for 3. Taylor Lane was 1 for 3. And Eason Weeks was 1 for 2 at the plate. A total of 6 hits for the Cougars. They walked 4 times, struck out 4 times at the plate. For the Pearl Pirates on the day today, offensive stats, Grant Phillips was 1 for 4. Brandon DeSalvo was 1 for 3. Parker Thurman was 1 for 3. Austin McDonald was 2 for 3. Matthew McGee 1 for 2 with a double and a run scored. Alex Hutton 1 for 2. Total of 7 hits for the Pearl Pirates. Looking at the pitching lines today for Northwest Rankin, Roger Murphy started the game with 2 1/3 innings, gave up 3 hits, 4 runs, all 4 earned. He walked 1, struck out 1. He hit 1 batter and had a wild pitch. He gets the loss in today's game. Gibbs came in and went 2 2/3 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. And Kyle Hart came in and pitched 2 innings, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. For the Pearl Pirates, Zach Carter started the game, went 4 1/3 innings. Zach gave up 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned. He walked 3 and struck out 2. He did have 3 balks, and that'll be the one thing. If I saw anything with our pitching today that needs to be worked on, 4 balks as a staff today. Zach Prince came on, went 1 2/3, gave up 1 hit, 1 run. It was earned. He walked 1 and struck out 2. Also had 1 balk. And then Jimmy Boyd comes in and pitches the final inning, the last 3 outs of the ball game. No runs, no hits. Just a great job by Jimmy Boyd to come in to pick up the save. Again, the win goes to Zach Carter. The save will go to Jimmy Boyd, the loss to Roger Murphy. Our players of the game brought to you by DeSalvo's and Sonic Drive-Ins. Our offensive player of the game goes to Matthew McGee. He got the double in the top of the 3rd inning. He ended up scoring the 1st run of the ball game for the Pirates. He also had a sac bunt that advanced a runner later in the game. So Matthew McGee will be one of our players of the game, and Zach Carter. You can't ask anything more out of what he did today against Northwest Rankin to give up 2 runs. It's 4.15 ERA, but 2 runs out of 4 1/3 innings of work. Just a great job by Zach Carter. So congratulations, Zach Carter, Matthew McGee. Our PMN Players of the Game brought to you today by DeSalvo's and Sonic Drive-In.
Excellent job. Zach Carter threw 91 pitches, in the first game out this season. Did a fantastic job, no doubt about the player of the game. And McGee, a great job at the plate, making things happen. It was the little things. It's a sacrifice bunt. It's the double. It's making things happen. It sets the table. It's what the Pirates have talked about all offseason. It's what Justin wants these guys to do. They come out, they step up, they play, and it was a fantastic ball game.
Real thing that I want to point out real quick. We talked about last year. And I made the comment that last year we had 25 errors in the first 5 games. I'm not going to say we're not going to do that.
Right.
We still got 4 more to go to get those first 5. But we played this game with 1 error being committed.
And
that was a throwing error where
right.
Alex Hutton tried to hurry up and get the double play from second base against a runner that he wasn't going to double off anyway. But nonetheless, 1 error committed in the ball game. The defense played outstanding. We turned a double play, had Brandon DeSalvo lay out, make a catch, come up and throw one out at first base. So I've got to give props to the defense. An outstanding game today played by the Pearl Pirate defense.
Absolutely. It sets the table for what really should be an awesome 2013 season.
All right, that's going to be a wrap on this first game. Pearl starts the season 1-0 with a victory over the Northwest Rankin Cougars. We're going to step away, go back to regular programming for a little bit. We'll come back in about 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll be ready to play the Yazoo City Indians here in the Ridgeland Classic. You're watching Pearl Pirate Baseball on the Pirate Media Network.